my god.
Find my stiletto. Do you love me? Be honest. My stiletto.
Oh, someone took it.
Oh! I like. Oh! Oh! I thought you were gonna like the double team. Oh! Takes an extra fee. So just make sure you guys do it on PC if you're gonna subscribe to your favorite content creator.
Yeah, but now you.
Yes, Ian-san? Okay, escape through there.
Welcome to the room of infinite bullshit!
Oh my god. Oh. Why did they make Trickster's hair look like that? Hello? That's Trickster from Temu. Not gonna lie. That's crazy that they did him dirty like that.
A full-length mirror.
Well, why don't you tell that to Mr. Lola?
Tell Mr. Lola to come here.
Well, no, because he's busy.
Right, so you don't want that full-length mirror.
Well, I'd rather get a fucking...
Oh, no.
Oh, well, I'd rather get some dick and food.
Right, I fucking knew you were gonna say that.
Oh, well, Bitch. You asshole. I ran into his loving arms. Why are you screaming? Oh! Oh my god, he's getting beat! What the? Y'all saw that? Y'all saw what I just saw? That man just got beat! What the heck? It's a balloon. Just saying. Not him hugging me. Sir, I have 2 husbands at home. And you wanted to impress me? That's wild. Y'all, I'm stuck! I'm stuck! What the heck? Bro, what the hell? What? And I've been done for it? Bruh, So, these are my icon packs for Lego, shut the fuck up. Lego. I tried to like have like make it fucking nothing. Oh my god.
This is good.
Anyways. Tater, why are you giving me the side eye? Weren't you the one who said, "Oh, you know, Wraith smash. I'll open my hole for this man," or something like that?
Oh my god. Oh. Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Some words for you. How did I not get last place?
Why did I laugh?
Okay. I do mind. I do mind, actually. Hello? Like, she didn't even give me an option to, like, talk about it? That's crazy.
Take this!
Take this! Ow! What? What? I'm going back. Okay. Okay. Y'all just get the gens done, please.
Oh my god! I'm going back to basement!
Rude.
How rude!
I became a... Yeah, just taking a piss, girl. Just taking a piss. Now I'm gonna take a dump. I'm gonna take a shit. I'm gonna take a shit. But yeah, I am a Tory main, because she came out on... So, fun fact, oh, I'm sorry, you know, I did flush the toilet, girl. Y'all didn't see that? I did flush the toilet. Look, where's the bathroom? Oh, wait, where's the bathroom? Oh, here it is. Girl, here, there. I flushed. Here, hello. Hi, guys. Guys, it feels so weird being like a nighttime streamer now. Like, so my schedule, as many of you guys know, has been like super duper wonky. And I've been just testing different times for myself and whatever. And normally I'm like live during the day, like while people are working and stuff. But I wanted to test out like a nighttime stream again just to see how I would like it and whatnot. Also, Tater, which clip were you referring to? Because I have a lot of different clips. But also, welcome in everyone. Miraculous, thank you for redeeming first. By the way, your first. Congratulations. I also have a pot of coffee going and being made right now. And whatever. And I need it. Because these last couple of days, I've just been like an extreme night owl. Also, hi, Lemur. Hello, hello. Also, guys, okay. So if you guys were not here yesterday, I had made an announcement on stream that I was gonna take a little bit of a break until like starting next month, I was gonna take like a little bit of like a stream break from Twitch at least. And then obviously like I'll still be streaming on like TikTok, but like not like super frequently, not like super frequently where like I'm just gonna be like streaming like 5 days a week. I'm gonna probably like stream like maybe like once or twice, like every other week or something on like TikTok, and then like come back here on Twitch. On I'm gonna come back here on Twitch. Um, I'm gonna come back here on Twitch, like in the beginning of November. Um, I'm gonna be like streaming in the beginning of the November, and I'm like so excited. I can't wait. Um, and then also I did remove a couple of people from like the VIP slots. Um and whatnot. And like obviously, like I know like a lot of people have like lives outside of, the internet and stuff. So like I don't expect people to always be here all the time. And, obviously like and then I also did that with a couple of people on my mod team. Like I know I recently added a couple of people, but I did remove a couple people that I felt like that weren't so active as my mods, and I kind of wanted to like update like my mods list um and just make sure I am there for people. And when I come back, I just from like my break and stuff. And I'm not going to like disappear entirely, but I'm going to like still be there like yapping in people's streams, hanging out in Discord. Um but I just feel like a break is very much needed, um, and whatnot. Also, I'm gonna invite my friend Zinni today. Today, I'm gonna be playing some DBD and some. I'm gonna play some DBD and Phasmo tonight with a friend um of mine. Um, and we're gonna play some games. Also, guys, can I be honest? Okay, so I obviously like have been making like rounds all day today of like I've been making a lot of rounds and stuff like to make like to like lurk and like redeem like my streaks and stuff and like whatever. One of the and like also like claiming my dailies. Come to find out, one of the people that I followed from attorney that I was in had banned me from their chat. And mind you, I didn't do anything wrong or anything. Like, I was just like a normal chatter. And then, like, just today, I found out I got banned from somebody's stream. I don't like airing out that business, but, and I'm not going to say any names, but I'm like, it's kind of just weird because I'm like, why do that? And I'm like, I haven't done anything wrong. But I'm like, it's just, I mean, like, it is what it is, I guess. But I'm like, girl, like, please just like give me a reason why you did it and like message me instead of like leaving me in the loop of like not knowing. And I'm like, mama, I'm like, that's just not cool. But hey, I hope nothing but the best for that person. So, but yeah, other than that, how was everyone's day? Also, I invited my friend Zinni to come play with me. Also, Tater, I see you playing some DVD, girl. I see you playing DVD. Okay. Also, I need to like make sure I I did invite my friend Zinni, but I don't know if he's like free. Hi, I'm new here. Can I get a Steam sign? Oh, well, if you're new here, why do you got a sword, girl? Why do you have a sword, mama? If you're new. Why? How come you got a sword? Right, right. How come you got a sword, girl? Hmm, interesting. That's interesting. Not you claiming that you're new and then you have a sword, girl. Um, because ain't no way. But also, how are you, my hobby? How are you doing? Let me also um sorry, I'm just like messaging my friend just to see. Just to see what they want. And I'm like, um, okay, I just need to make sure. La, da, da. Okay, I just need to make sure. Also, guys, look at oh wait, y'all can't see him. Lexer said he loved me. Well, I don't know about that, girl. Oh, hello. Hello. Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me, but I cannot hear you. I heard your little soundboard, but
Hello?
hello? Hello?
Sorry, it like switched to push to talk instead.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I've been doing one before. Although I should play killer because I do need to get some challenges done, but I'm like, I just need to play survivor to see how it is. But how are you? How's your day? I think it switched to push to talk again because I can't hear you.
Oh, mine?
Hello?
Oh, sorry, I don't know what's wrong with my Discord. It should be fine now.
Okay.
I'm good though. I just finished playing Life is Strange, like completely. It was so good. Oh my gosh.
That's amazing. I love that. Also, my chat can hear you as well. I hope you don't mind being heard. I'm doing good, my
Oh wait, I
hobby.
can't hear
Thank you
you
for
for some
asking.
reason.
Wait, you can't hear me? Wait, does Discord hate me? Hello? Hold on. Wait, I can't hear. Well, I can hear you. Can you not hear me? I don't know. Wasn't a game when you're talking.
Uh
Oh, oh, also, why is my chat
oh, there we
backwards?
go. I don't know.
Oh, hi, Lemur. But chat can hear you, by the way.
Okay,
BRB,
yeah, that's
okay.
fine.
Okay, my hobby. Oh, not the salt offering. Hello? Who's bringing salt offerings in 2026?
It wasn't me, I swear.
Right. Okay. Oh, it was Michaela. And it's a blight with lethal.
Oh, it's a blight. Ooh, he's up top on main.
Yeah, I see that. I see y'all over there, so I'm like, that's not my business.
Ooh, Michaela.
I wish I had my healing build, but I don't have one. I
I
feel
don't
like
even know what I have on
I
right
feel
now.
like
I've
every
been playing
time.
nothing but 2v8.
Oh, I feel like every time I bring my healing build, they always want to do the quick pickup, and then when I don't, they slug for a little bit, and I'm like, oh.
I know.
Pain res DMS. Okay, so lethal pain res. I'm assuming barbecue as well. Oh, okay, nice double back. Nice, good job. My Jen.
Oh, his dead man switch.
Yeah, he's got barbecue as well. He's got 2 aura perks and then pain res DMS. No, sir.
Oh, is he gonna tunnel?
That's crazy. Bye, bitch. I got stuck. Nice, good shit. I got 1 gen done. But this means I'm the hooker.
Well, my gen went down a lot.
Oh, why are you missing a gen? Wait. Maybe I should put on self-preservation. Okay, I'm gonna like hide in a locker just in case.
Oh my gosh.
Only 3 times as funny, yeah. I normally, well, because I didn't remember. Okay, so it used to be like if I blew up a gen lemur, but I changed it. So it's like usually like whenever like I start to touch like a new gem, usually. Okay.
He was on me, but he left.
Oh, he's at main with Steve. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die here. But we got 3 gems done. That's okay.
Oh yeah, there's no.
I have a purple med kit on my body, by the way, on my hook.
I have one as well, so it's okay.
Okay.
Oh, he knows.
I did use a couple of pallets. Oh wait, I didn't want to leave. Okay, Fogwise.
I love Fogwise. I think this is like my usual solo queue build.
It's fair. I wish I can use Windows, but it gives me a headache just looking at a lot of colors on screen. It's just like too much going on my screen.
I love it. It helps a lot. Whoa! Since like I'm like not the best at looping, but ooh, I'm still like trying to learn. So it helps me a lot to see.
That's fair. Why not use 5 moves ahead? I feel like that's a lot better.
Well, I think I like Windows just because I can see more at a distance, because Fogwise only shows you what, the 5 choices.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's true.
I don't know, it just kind of helps plan ahead, I guess, a route to go. Oh, they're dead.
Okay, I feel like the match is already over.
Yeah, he's still trying to find Steve, but he's still on him though.
Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, let's see.
Oh yeah, he's gone. He's dead. R.I.P.
I'm gonna be right back real quick. I need to go get my cup of coffee, but I
All right.
I will ready up.
Turn up.
I did not say
Oh.
that, Fuego. That was you. Hello.
Don't worry, your head will say it later.
Does it look like no. That's wild of you to say. That's crazy. That's crazy. Not you saying that about me, Fuego.
Now you're walking
What?
into a wall. That's crazy.
Oh,
What, it goes to want to talk now?
I freaking died again. Bitch.
I'm just bringing you back.
I hate it here. Lara, now why would you... I don't understand. She could have just left. Oh my god. Well, so much for that. So much for that then. Always change. I always get so scared with the music here. 24 hours of banning Lola, 24 bans per hour. Oh, not that. Not that, Daisy. But like I was saying, ah, shit.
Oh my god!
I cleared that shit in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. I made it back in time.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Hi, Amenas. Thank you for giving me your daily latte. I got my coffee with honey.
Ooh, sounds good. Is it just regular coffee?
Just like regular black coffee, and then I just put honey in it.
Oh, black coffee? I can't drink black coffee.
Yeah, but I put like a decent amount of honey in it to make it like a little sweet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's not like super bitter. Also, Teeter, I don't know if you're still here, but I don't remember if I thanked you for resubbing, but thank you. I'm thanking you again verbally if I haven't thanked you yet. Even if you're a flop ass roach, I still love you. Also, let me know whenever you want to switch um to Phasmo. I don't mind switching whenever you're like tired of DBD.
Oh no, I'm leaving that up to you because I'm totally fine with anything. I can stay on DVD or go to Faz anytime.
Okay. Hello. I'm gonna just cleanse a totem. Oh,
Oh,
there.
it's a spirit. He's by main. She's kind of going to where we spawned.
What? She didn't stick with me. Hold on, Bessie, hold on. She doesn't break pallets right away, which is interesting.
Is she a respecter of the palette?
No.
Wait, does she attempt? I think Meg is trying to die.
Did she really just...
Yeah. Yeah, she's missing the skill checks too.
No. 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 I don't like how Meg just... Okay, Meg brought a luck offering, and I hate that. Like, why are you gonna attempt to, like, go next? Where are you? Yeah, I see Meg over here. She's healing herself.
They're at Shack, the killer, and Ace. Does she not want you to heal her?
She's got resilience. Okay. I think, yeah.
Ooh, he's in basement.
Oh, unlucky.
I'll go for save.
Okay. Yes! Damn. She have Agi? She has Iron Grasp. I think she has Agi as well.
she's on Ace again. Is Meg going for you?
Yeah, she got me.
Okay. He's coming to us. Get this in time. Yep. Oh my gosh. Oh, hello.
Bye.
You lose him? Or
She could tunnel me, Meg, or Ace out, but
he lost me.
I have a sense that she's got Noah probably. And I'm only saying that because she has frosty eyes.
Oh yeah, I would not be surprised. On Ace again. Rather her not. Okay, she's on me. The big slinger.
Hey, bestie. I got you. I got you. I'm coming.
Whoa. Oh no, she went for Meg. Bro, she wants to chase with me. Rather her get me than Meg. Okay, I think she's on me now. Oh, okay, I'll give her that. That was a good one.
Let's go
I don't
hide
know where she
somewhere and then, okay. She's on the other side of the map, so we're good.
Alright. Okay.
Let's see.
I think all the gens are on the other side.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I think we just did all the gens on this side and then 3-gen ourselves potentially.
We haven't done main yet, though.
Oh yeah, true. Main hasn't been done. I'm gonna go check Shack.
Okay. Oh, there wasn't a gen in Shack, I don't think.
Oh, okay, no.
I think she's coming back to me. Oh,
She's
no.
using Ace underneath main.
Alright. I'm gonna try and find what gen Meg is on, because hers has more progress.
She left me.
She's behind me, and I wonder if she's going to Meg. Oh, yep.
Yeah, I don't know where Meg's gen is. If you can go finish that. I do have adrenaline.
Yeah, I'll try. It was like way behind main in a corner. Definitely gonna come right back over here though. I don't know if I can finish in time.
You probably will.
Oh no, I got it. Yeah. She went into main. Okay, she's coming back to where the gen popped. Looking around. There's a door over here, but she's checking everywhere.
She could easily phase to me, so like I don't
Yeah, I
want
think
to.
she is. Yeah, she went to the other door.
Yeah, I see her. How did she know I was here? What the heck?
I'm opening this other door. I'm not sure if you know where I am. It's right next to where that gen popped, the last one. Yes.
I'm heading under the tunnel.
She's on me. She's looking still, but she's... Oh, she's going back into main. She's still at door. Going back towards main. No, she's still here. Push me out.
She's guarding that door.
You're able to heal.
I'm
If you had a
not.
med kit or not.
I
Shit.
can't.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, I didn't make it out, but you know what? It's okay. Because I didn't let her get the satisfaction of trying to kill me. So,
Good. She don't
okay.
deserve the morning.
She like whiffed it and then like I
Oh, nice.
abandoned. So I was like, you know what? It's whatever. It's whatever. But I did hit her with my dead hard like 2 times, so that's
Nice.
better for me. We got a Sable and a Michaela.
Oh no. You might be cooked, chat.
I don't know. We'll see. Mm. We'll see. Hi, Jimenez. How are you? Ooh, which Disney movie are you watching, Jimenez? What's a Jason?
I was enjoying the no Jasons.
I can give 2 fucks less about Jason. Well, okay.
There is. Oh no.
My bad.
Shit.
My
It's
brain
okay.
was just processing. I feel bad now. I sandbagged you by accident.
That's okay.
Well, technically you also sandbagged me, so there's also that. Kayla's got a boon, but I don't know what it is.
Oh, he has Franklin's as well, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I wanted my medkit and came back and he's still here.
Did she not set up her boon?
No, doesn't look
Oh,
like
she
there's
did. She
anything.
did.
Oh, it's all the way over there.
She's got Circle of Healing, Shadow Step, and Boon Exponential.
Oh, did you see?
He's got Iron Grasp as well. Iron Grasp
He's
Franklin's.
going back.
Franklin's with no weave is interesting.
He's gonna tunnel.
Move, Michaela!
Oh my god.
Michaela! Please, girl.
Not on Michaela's, but always on Michaela.
Thank you, girl. What does she have? What else does she have? Flow state. Interesting. Oh. Nice double back. Ah. I don't know where my freaking thing is, but we got 2 gens done at least, so.
Oh, he's still here.
No, go, 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 go.
He's on me. Running into things. Oh. Swing.
Freaking broken key.
Still on me at me. Oh, be careful, don't come over here.
Oh. We both whipped that. Oh my god. No, he doesn't pick me. Oh, my thing just ran out. I feel like if Sable didn't take a hit there, I would have gotten my death hard, but it's okay. It's okay. Ooh, you're watching the classic Indiana Jones and Raider of the Lost Ark movies. That sounds like fun, Jimenez. I hope you're having fun. Oh, I forgot to spectate. I'm so used to not spectating after a while. Well, I guess it's also because I'm like so used to solo queue that I don't bother spectating.
I like to spectate because you never know what can happen.
Oh, true. That's true.
And he's here, of course.
Okay, maybe Elodie is not the vibe
Wait.
tonight. Switch to like.
I know way he did that.
I'll switch to Claudie. I'm hungry, but like I don't know what to eat.
Have you eaten today at all?
I had like a little snack, but other than that, I'm like I haven't really like eaten anything. But like it's okay though,
Table.
cause um I don't know, like today I just haven't really been that hungry. I think I might play some music. As well.
Me and Michaela now, but oh, never mind. You got her.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot I
Hmm.
canceled my Apple Music subscriptions because I was like, I'm gonna play some Lana Del Rey on Apple Music, and then I forgot I canceled it. It's okay. I'll just play some music that I have already.
Fine, Michaela.
Hi, my
Oh, I ran into the.
elixir. How are you, my elixir? Oh wait, you're probably in an ad. I said you're on, so here I am. Oh, okay. I don't wanna like keep you up if you have to go to bed. I know you have like work early tomorrow, so I don't wanna like keep you here. Do I need sleep though? Well, if you want to get to work on time tomorrow, then yes. But you can also quit your job. You can also quit your job. IDK if I want to do that either. Oh! Oh. Well, let me just contact HR. Tell them it's a family emergency. Oh, wait, let me... Okay, rate my Michaela fit.
That one's really cute. I love this shirt. I think that's one of my favorite shirts of hers.
It's a mix and match. I don't play Michaela often, but I will. Like I'm trying to like play more like survivors, like other than like my three mains.
Yeah.
Because like I usually main. Well, my three mains are Tori, Claudie, and Feng Min, but I am trying to like play other survivors. So like occasionally like I'll play like Elodie, Jane, and then sometimes like once in a while I'll play Michaela. I'd be concerned if that message got to me because then I'd be like, how do you know my name? Oh, wait. Also, okay, Elixir, you know how during the event you said during because I remember we were duoing once and you said I just saw my name on you were like I think you had said like oh like I think I see like I saw my name like on the thing and then you were like I felt seen and I meant to like text you that I had seen that same message and I was like oh my god, I know Yes, I do, but I won't say it. I won't say it. I won't say it. But yes, I do. I was like, is this what Elixir was talking about? But I never like said anything because I was like, I could be wrong. But I think I know. I think it's I'll message it to you actually. That's funny. I didn't mean to dox myself. No, because I was like, oh, I was like, I wonder what he's talking about. Okay, I just texted you, Elixir. That's my guess. That's my guess, but I'm not. You could say if I. You could just say if I'm wrong. You could just. You could just let me know if I'm wrong or right. Oh my god, I was right. I'm scared. Every time I get this map, I always.
It's a Death Slinger, by the way.
Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, I get some sort of stealth killer on this map, like, almost all the time. Because, like, I had, like, a faint heartbeat, and I was like, I didn't hear any, like, music. I'm gonna go for the save.
Alright. I thought he was coming to our gym, but I guess not.
Well, I can't go for the save now, so one of y'all have to go get it.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Coins? Oh my god, I hate it! Because as soon as Fun Min, like, went down, I was like, there's no way she's, like, 2-tap, right? Oh, he sees Meg.
Ooh.
I think he's going back to that hook, so be careful. He's got Yuri coin.
Fuck. Ah, bang.
It's fine, I don't care if friends know my name. I just don't want everybody to know it. Yeah, that's fair. But, like... Wait, let me heal you. I have empath. After you, heal her... I have empath, so,
Cool.
like... You could see me. You should be able to see me. Just don't let her heal you. Oh, never mind.
Oh, well, she's... Yeah, she's here.
I have a healing build. I want to use it. Oh, that was a nice splashy. Okay. He's paranoid. He's all the way over there. Okay.
I think he's going back.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, though. Bro! Oh, fuck, I'm so sorry. He wants me so freaking bad, bro. Like, get away from me. Okay, he's going back to that gen. I didn't get any value out of this build.
Hopefully we don't 3-gen. We're about to pop this one.
Fung was working on one of them.
Okay, we're on one by Shack.
Oh.
Res.
Well, I'll go for the save, and you guys go over there.
Okay. He came to our gen. He's going back to Hook, I think. Oh no, he's on the hill. He's looking. He's my puppy guard that gym.
I think we did 3-gen.
Yeah, we did. Oh no. Got me with the eerie coin. Oh. Yeah, we 3-gen pretty bad.
Maybe I'll start bringing like boon perks.
It's going towards you guys. Don't Meg. Spank.
I need Meg to come to me. I don't know why she stayed there.
I'm back on the gen by the hill, but he's checking.
I need Feng Min to come to me. I don't know where she's at.
He was over by me by the gen that I'm trying to do. I'm not sure where she went though.
Do you see me? Come to me. Come to me. I can hear you.
Yeah, she's right there, right in front of you. He's on me. Trying to take him across the map. Oh shit. No, he's not gonna stick chase.
No. Okay, come to me. Come to me. If you see me. Yeah, he's not gonna stick to anybody, unfortunately. If he...
Help Meg with this gen.
He's on Feng. He's gonna try to secure a kill.
Oh yeah, and she's the hook.
Does he have no way out? Yeah, he does.
There. Following your marks.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, girl.
I didn't know that you were there! My bad!
Dummy.
I didn't know that you... I thought it was just Meg, so I was like, okay, like, no one else is here. Okay, I'm gonna try to open the door if it's ready.
Going back to the door that... Oh, no, he's coming back.
I have weak lift, so if he slugs... Shit.
No, he came back. I don't know if basement's here. Oh yeah, it
Basement?
is. I'm going to basement.
Let me know if he
Wouldn't be
can.
surprised if he comes, though. He's going back up.
Is he proxying you or no?
I have no idea. I don't hear his terror radius.
Oh yeah, he's like at the thingy. Is Meg getting you or no? Meg,
No,
what
I'm
the
not
heck,
sure what she's
bro?
doing. She's trying to go for the door. Yeah, she's going for the door that you were doing. We got her. Oh my gosh. I don't know.
Okay, I'll go first.
I got stuck on a rock.
Damn,
I
I'm
got it.
sorry.
Oh, it's okay. He's going for you. Oh no, he's coming back. Yeah, you're gonna have to leave. Go, go. I don't know if she opened that door.
No, she didn't.
He's headed that way.
I wish Meg would have gotten you.
I know. I don't know what she was doing hiding behind a rock. Oh, nice.
Oh my god. You're gonna have to go back to the door. Jeez. Mm-mm. Let's see. Actually, maybe I'll stick with Michaela. I don't play her often. Oh my god. Okay, so I have everyone's names like private and turned off. But like when you switch to Nia, it didn't it didn't switch to Nia. Like it was stuck on like Dwight.
Oh no.
And I was like, wow, did you change your name to like Dwight Fairfield? And then and then we loaded in this lobby, it said that you were Nia. You got two Dwights.
Oh,
Oh,
nope.
one of them dodged. Oh,
Both of them.
not
Nice.
that. Okay, we got a Kate and a Laura. Paint with the white on top, then both doors in the woo I drop. You busy plotting on what I got, kicking your throat, that's what you thought. $1,000 on the tabletop, one loop, same price, one watch. No jumping, but I ball a lot. I do what I want. Really paint with the white on top, then both doors of the woo I drop. And what I got, kicking your door, that's what you thought. Jump up at a ball a lot. Just turning out the way. Give me time. I'm coming down, down, out. You motherfuckers. Okay, my elixir. Have a good night. Thank you, Betsy. I appreciate that. Hold on. Me.
I think it's a Kaneki. Cool.
Oh
What
my
do you want to call
god.
him?
I hate. Gross. My least favorite killer.
Yeah, mine too.
Okay, Kate. I hate him so bad. He's deaf. He didn't hear. He didn't hear. He's probably following my scratch marks. No?
Okay, zonky.
I think he's got sloppy.
Nice.
I hate
Oh,
that.
what was that?
I think that's friends.
Oh no, he broke my gen. Doesn't friends expose you though?
No, well, okay, it does, but like it only transfers. Oh, oh.
Oh, my gen?
Um. Ooh. I don't. Okay. I was about to say. There's no freaking okay, I hate the palette density updates that they did. Like,
Yeah.
there's no pallets here. Literally. Like, the pallets that are supposed to be in the room are not in the same room. Okay, it's not friends. Okay. I thought for some reason Kate was the obsession and it transferred to me. But he's got the Amori's mask add-on. It's his eerie add-on, which if you're like outside of his terror radius, it makes you scream.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, like the room that I'm hooked in, there's no pallet in here. Literally. But every single time that I face a survivor, survivors on this map as killer, okay. There's always a pallet in here. Always, and I hate it. I hate it.
Go on. Okay, I'm gonna go for save.
Actually, let me do it. Let me do it. I have autodidact, so I'll go get it. Let me.
All right.
Oh, sorry. I don't know how he didn't see me and Laura there.
Came over to me, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know. All right. He's leaving.
Mm-mm.
Demarja.
I don't know why it does that. Oh, fuck. Basement's there. I don't know why she didn't let me finish healing her.
They never do they? Like we're about to pop 2 gems.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, Lara. Maybe this healing bill is not for me right now. I think. Oh wait, I don't wanna like scream. I'm gonna just hide in the locker real quick so I don't scream.
Oh, she's dead. Never find the gems on here.
I don't know where y'all are. I don't have a aura.
I'm in mid. I'm not sure where Laura is.
Oh, he saw her. Oh my god. Oh my god, I wanted to heal, but she didn't want to heal me, so... Oh, main's almost done.
Came back to it though.
I, like, want her to heal me, but, like, she's not gonna heal me. What in the fucking paint? Okay. Okay. See, I wish Laura would have just healed me. Like, at the library, but she didn't heal me, and now I'm dead.
I don't know what she was doing.
But it's okay. It's okay. You guys got this. You and the Lara got this.
Oh. Fine, but he's probably gonna watch this still. Like she's getting decent progress on hers. Do you have pop? I feel like that went down a lot.
I don't know. I don't think she does. He does. He does. I don't think he does. But she's dead, so you gotta find Hatch.
Unless he slugs.
No, he picks up. Hide in the locker. Hide in the locker. Just because... Oh, he's got pain res. That's what it is.
Oh,
Okay.
that's right. My hatch luck is not great.
Right there, right there!
Never mind. Oh my
Oh my god,
gosh.
GG's. Jeez. Yeah, Grim. Oh, okay, so I was right on the sloppy. I didn't realize
He
the
did have
Grim.
pop. I thought so.
Okay, so he had Pain Res, Pop, Sloppy, and Grim. And then, yeah, he did have Yamori's Mask and Fresh Coffee. Okay, maybe this healing build is not for me. Okay. I feel like the queue times are like so long.
I know, they do feel like it. Especially for killer. Gosh.
What are you doing
Oh my
in
gosh!
my
Welcome
swamp?
in, Raiders.
What
Hi, my Mari.
are you doing in my swamp?
Howdy.
Hi, my Icy. Welcome in, guys. How was your stream, Mari?
What are you doing?
How was your stream? For those who don't know who I am, I'm Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play DBD, but I do play other games like Phasmo and Stardew Valley and a bunch of other games. And then every Friday we do our like little story days, but yeah, I do appreciate you guys for being here. Your stream was good. I love that. W Caramel Latte. Oh, another Jason. Yeah, guys, make sure you guys redeem your daily lattes and also claim your daily LMU attendance. Games were so fun. Were you guys doing TV or regular? TV for the BP. Fair, fair. You know, I want to play more TV, but I just get overstimulated and overwhelmed. But if you guys had to like raid and run and everything, feel free to do that. I am lurker friendly. He has corrupt intervention. Zinni.
Yeah, I saw.
Racking up them win streaks in TVA. Ooh, okay. Period. Also, I know like I know I normally don't stream this late, guys, but I'm testing out like different times to see what works best for me as a streamer. And also, I do plan on taking a break from streaming on Twitch specifically. Ooh. He has oppression overcharge. Oh, hey. Okay, that was embarrassing. That was embarrassing. Don't do that. No, stop. He's cute. At least he's got personality. Of course, my Mari. Thank you for the lurk. I totally didn't screenshot. Oh, do you need that, Icy? Do you need that, BB? I'm gonna pull a Joss. Do you need that? Do you need that, BB? I'm ready. Oh. Well, let me just ban block and report y'all real quick. How about that? Let me just ban block and report real quick. But also, I am playing with my friend Zinni tonight. We're playing some 1v4 Survivor, and then we're gonna be playing Phasmo in like after a couple of games.
Thing.
Okay, so he's definitely got oppression. He's got oppression corrupt. Oh! I need to make a separate command for like blowing up generator skill checks. Because I have one specifically for touching gems, but like I'm gonna make a new command for like blowing the skill checks up.
Oh no.
Oh, I forgot he can make you scream. I think he's got Silent Shadow.
Oh, he's a big swinger.
And he might have that goop add-on, too. Don't come over here. I'm gonna go for the unhook.
I think he's going back.
Yeah. Are you... Brother. Ooh! No! You stop it right now. You gotta go for fun, girl.
I got it. I just didn't want him to take you to the same one.
I love him. I want him to, like, keep me alive, actually. I hope he keeps me alive. He's cute, though. He gives me nodders, so... Also, Gigi's on the Pokecatch. My shrimp. I almost called you Icy, not gonna lie, but I stopped myself. Also, I am streaming on TikTok, guys, by the way. I am streaming on TikTok. If you guys are watching from the Purple app.
Oh, he's... Oh, he found that guy.
I don't know where the key, no, not the key, the gate. Oh, here it
Oh,
is.
Fang was here too.
Oh, he's got no way out. I think he's got an endgame build. No, he doesn't have no end.
Fang, you better watch out. Oh no.
Oh, he's got Silent Shadow, I'm pretty sure. Was it, or did he have a turret radius or no?
No, not until he hits you.
Yeah, he's got Silent Shadow, Mama. Okay, I'm on the opposite side of where that is. Like, that hook was. So if you want to come over here...
Alright, yeah, I'm coming.
I hear you. Yeah, he's definitely got Silent Shadow. If you can go for the save, that would be nice. I am on Death Hook. He might have Blood
Oh, he's here.
Warden.
He's
Oh.
here. Hopefully Fang is still over there. He's going to door. Oh yeah, she got him.
Listen! Oh! No. No. Stop. Oh my god, I'm sick. Okay, I want to say he does have Blood Warden. The gate where I healed you at, okay, is open. I don't know where they are. Okay, they're in main. I don't know if they know if that door's open.
Hi, how are you?
Sure they do, because he was hooked by the other gate first time.
Jason was my hubby. Oh, tell him the head shakes were cute. I flopped my dead hard and I told him to leave me alone. Oh! Okay. Oh! Oh! Now, y'all better leave. Y'all better leave. He might have Blood Warden. Y'all better go. Y'all better go.
Shit.
Oh!
No, she's cooked.
Soma, you better leave. Okay, y'all better get out that door. He might have Blood Warden. Y'all better stop. Soma, I think you should leave. Soma.
Oh, he jumps.
I know altruism kills, but like... Oh!
Oh, he's letting them go. Oh, nice.
Now y'all better leave before his... Okay. Y'all better bump in! Girl! Oh wait, he didn't have an all endgame build. Never mind. He had only No Way Out and Silent Shadow. Thrilling Tremors. GG's. You're so cute! Oh, he left. He's having a blast. I love Jason's, actually. I was hoping that he did not have Blood Warden, but then I was like, maybe he doesn't. But I'm like, I get so afraid that if I see a perk for endgame, I automatically assume. And thank you for the follow. I don't know what you want me to call you.
Welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party. Streamer. Gotta give you some love. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Also, Dark Lord. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. The Nia is my duo, by the way.
Hi, how are you?
That was a fun game. Yes, I agree. Listen, I got scared because I saw No Way Out, and I immediately clocked your Silent Shadow perk, and I was like, if he's got Blood Organ, y'all are gonna die. And um, yeah. So I was kind of scared. I was kind of scared for the Soma and the Fungmin in Endgame, but I had fun. I had lots of fun. I was telling your partner that when I whiffed my dead hard, you kept giving me nodders. So listen, I was like, I don't wanna, I'm like, I don't wanna, flop it again. I normally don't play Michaela, but, I've just been, like, trying to play more survivors outside of, like, my three mains, which is Claudette, Tori, and Feng Min. I normally play those three, but I'm trying to, like, branch out to, like, playing other survivors. So, I forgot the timer and almost killed Fong. Were you just two hooking everybody? I feel like that's what you were trying to do. For the most part, yeah.
Ooh, it's a ghost face. He's by Shack.
Okay. Well, me and the
Hold on.
Rebecca are. Oh.
Oh, whoever's here, you guys better run. Sorry.
Ooh.
He's coming that way.
Yeah. Oh, I got stuck. I'm scared. I do not like ghost face in general. Okay, actually, I take that back. It's 50-50 usually, but I'm like, I am trying to not get stalked right now. But yeah,
His stuff lasts so long.
I know. That's also true. Also, Dark Lord, do you main Jason, or like do you play other killers as well? Fluff's a sneaky killer, so he likes Ghosty and Jason. Ooh, okay. For the most part, a lot of the ghost faces I've come across are usually like friendly and nice, and like pretty goofy, but you do have the ones that are like, I wouldn't call them sweat lords, but like they're really scary and like very good. And then you got like the baby ones, or they're just like really, really new. So I'm like, no, thank you. I think out of all the stealth killers, like, that I love genuinely, like, is, I do love me some Pig. I love me some Pig. And then I also love, I also love Stealth Hag, too. She's got, like, some pretty good jump scares as well. I know a lot of people love to play Michael on, RPD and stuff a lot, and, like, Hawkins. Like, Hawkins, RPD, and, like, Midwich were, like, the 3 rotations for Michael, and Larry's for jump scares, and I'm like, I am not here for the vibes. Okay, you're in, but yeah, I love Wraith, too. Wraith was my first main, actually. And then, like, for, like, non-licensed killers, like, Wraith and Legion were, like, my 2 mains. And then, for, like, licensed killers, Pig, like, so it was like on rotation of like Legion, Legion, Wraith, and Pig, and then I became a Plague main for a while, and then after her, I was like, I'm not gonna play her anymore because a lot of people have a metaphobia, so... But, like, I'm starting to get into playing her a bit more, a little bit more often now. I usually just play her during event modes, but I do... Oh, also, he's got Mindbreaker, by the way.
Yeah.
I do... I almost
Oh,
ran
girl,
into
you don't
him.
want to be saved?
I almost ran into him, actually. But now I'm like a full-on doctor and, I'm a full-on doctor and trapper main. But mostly when I have friends in chat and can, chase them while doing, deranged Miss Piggy voice. Oh my god. Also, do you stream? I can drop you a follow as well. I can just drop you a little follow after this game. He's...
What's on me? I don't know what he's doing.
Haha. Oh, he's coming. He's coming. Oh, thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Girl, you scared the shit out of me. I thought you were Ghostface. When you went back to the gen, I was like, oh, let him not see me. But yeah, I can drop you a follow. Even if you don't really stream, I can still drop you a follow. Sir. He's got sloppy. He's got sloppy as well. Oh, you guys are you guys all on the same gen?
No, I'm on a different one.
Well, I had adrenaline and DS, but he's gonna go to the door, whoever completed that gen. I think it's you. Wait, are you Mia or Dwight?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, thank you for the bits. Oh my god, and that cat emote is so cute. Okay, Rebecca, the other door is behind me. Rebecca's on the door behind me, in the corner.
Alright. Oh, he's on Dwight.
Oh wait, actually, go. No, come here, Nia. Come here, Nia.
Oh, I'm gonna go for Dwight. Is that,
Okay, I thought you were Dwight.
It's me, I'm Nia, no. No.
I thought you were Dwight. My bad. I'm like, Mama. Go for the save.
Kinda camping. He's just camping. Brooksy camping, but he's like right on him. I can't break him out of his thing.
Maybe I'll trade. I have Dead Hard, so... Ooh, you scared me. Go.
No, I got him. Go, Dwight, go! Oh. He's going, he's chasing after Dwight. He should be fine, though. He should make it.
Oh! Rebecca, take a hit for Dwight! Rebecca! Oh, okay, Rebecca. That was rude. Oh, he had nurses calling too and discordance. Also, let me drop you a follow as well. Okay, I'm gonna be back real quick. I need to go. Also, do you want to switch? Do you want to do one more game, or do you want to switch to Phasmo?
We can switch to fast now if you want. I don't mind.
Okay, let me switch to. Let me open it up real quick,
All right.
and then I'll let's see. Hold on. And then I'll invite you before I have to go on break because I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the
Okay.
bathroom. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Another game. Good luck. Have fun in the fog. Ooh, we're switching games actually. So you have fun in the fog, and I'm so happy that I came across you. Thank you and your wife for dropping a follow and tuning in. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Let me update my category actually. Um, okay. And then I also need to update TikTok too. Okay. I will send you an invite.
Right.
And then 2 1. Looks like there are others out there in need of help. Okay. Let's see. Okay. And then I'm gonna put it in the. I'm gonna just DM it to you because I'm gonna DM it to you. DM me the code.
Okay.
And then I will be back real quick.
All right.
Wait, maybe he's gonna let me have Hatch. I don't. Oh, look. Okay, he might let me have Hatch. He might let me have Hatch. I'm not gonna wiggle, okay? No, look at this. Look at this ass. Oh my god. Look at this ass. Oh! Yes! Yes! I can use my dead hard! Oh my fucking god! Fucking bitch! You fucking hell! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, but this girl is so cute though. Why is she so cute? Paimon, shut the fuck up. Oh, not. Sebastian was like, you know what? I'm not. This is not my. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I'm back. Also, should I or should I not order food?
Yes, I think you should.
Okay.
Get something good.
Let's see. Okay. Also, let's see. I don't know what I should order. Oh my god, did I tell you I follow this like I don't know if it's her account but or her grandparents' account, but like she was like teaching her like grandparents how to like order through Uber Eats or like how to use technology, and then like they posted again and was like, I ordered us dinner through Uber Eats, and then she was like showing like trying to like be an influencer and was like, and like the husband is like, I think the old guy is like 103, and then like the wife is like 89, and like they're like, she's like, I ordered us Uber Eats, and he was like, huh? And I was like, I thought that was cute. Sorry, I'm just like, okay, I might order McDonald's actually because that might be the cheapest option, but I also want I also want Panda Express. But I
Ooh,
don't
Panda's good.
but I don't know like I don't know like what time they close though. I don't know what time they close. And I also okay, should I do Dr. Pepper or should I do Dr. Pepper or Coca-Cola?
Well, Coca-Cola's the best, in my opinion.
Because I like both, but I'm like, I kind of wasn't sure.
Dr. Pepper's good too, but I don't know. I think Coke just hits right.
Are you kidding me? That's $24. Oh my god. You know what? It's better than nothing. It's better than spending more than 20 you know what? Yeah, why not? Wait, what time does the Panda Express close? Wait, I need to make sure it's actually the right address. Okay. I just need to Okay. I also I need to turn on my porch light for the driver so that way they can actually they can well, I shouldn't call it porch light, but um the outside light, so that way they could see if they could take a picture. So I'll be back real quick.
Yeah. All right.
I'm back. I'm so sorry. I had to um go turn on the right lights and stuff. But
Oh, you're fine.
okay. Okay, what maps do you want to go on first?
We can start with Tanglewood.
Okay. Oh my god, you were bald for a second.
Oh.
I like spawned in. Well, okay, actually that sounds wrong. I was like,
Don't be trying to steal my
I was
weave.
literally like, I spawned into, okay, Marsha. Okay, repel while chasing someone below sanity of 25 and 3 unique photos. That should be easy. Okay. So Marsha could be a Banshee or a Diane because those are 2 female ghosts. Also,
I didn't even look where Breaker was, to be honest.
Oh, let me check right now. Let me turn off my music so that way I can actually hear. Breaker is gonna be in basement.
Okay.
Oh. I just wanna be your ex. Okay.
It's no tarot cards. It's not mirror.
Yeah, it's not mirror. I wanna go check for the bone.
Okay. I'll check down here as well. Breaker's on.
Okay. Oh.
No Ouija board or summoning circle.
Okay. Oh, I think I found it's in the bathroom. I think.
Did you open this door?
It's in the bathroom.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm checking the garage. No bone in here. Doing stuff. Oh, bones in the kitchen.
Oh, let me get the camera. Let me get the, it's in the, it's gonna be, the bathroom by the front door.
Alright.
You said kitchen, right?
Yeah, by the sink.
Okay. It could be music box then. Let me go check this room over here. So usually the music box spawns in this room. Usually,
okay.
yeah. Usually it's in this room. Okay, so it's gonna be in that room over there, the bathroom.
Oh, it's the voodoo doll. It's in the kids' room.
Where is it?
The kids' room by the teddy bear in the corner.
Okay, I'm gonna get, dots, and then, I'll get some more stuff. And then I'll also set up some more cameras as well.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna get the motion sensor too. So that way I can detect some motion in the bathroom. Okay, EMF 2.
Oh, ghost event.
EMF 4.
I have the salt whenever you want me to put it down.
Yeah, I need to detect that motion first, if it's gonna do it. Okay. Okay, yeah, whenever you're... Ooh.
Again?
Okay.
Oh, we got footprints.
Oh. Dang it! I didn't get the salt video. Oh well. I did get the picture though, so you're good.
Alright.
Fuck. Okay, never mind. Fuck the footprints, but we got UV. I didn't get... Okay, so I forgot. I took 2 pictures of the ghost when it was translucent and the regular ghost.
Oh, okay.
And then I got the video of the translucent ghost and the regular ghost. And then...
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. So we only have UV so far. I'm gonna check for our sanity. Okay, we should be fine on our sanity, so I'm gonna check for... Actually, I want to check for dots. Okay. Okay, no dots or ghost orbs yet. Ghost writing?
Ghost writing. Yeah, I got all the audio.
Okay. Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Oh my god, stop throwing shit at me.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Hi, Raiders. Welcome in,
What are you doing in my
guys.
swamp?
How was your raid? How was your raid? How was your
I feel like it
stream?
might be a poltergeist because it's throwing a little stuff. I'm not sure. demon, but I don't think it's a demon.
I like that guy's stream.
It's spirit box though for poltergeist.
Oh, I tested it and it wasn't working. Starving though, so I'll be lurking. Hope you have a good one. Thank you, Aurora. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, bitch! We got bits, bitch!
Amir!
Cheer one, cheer one, cheer one. Life with Amir cheered 5 bits.
Amir, long time no see. How are you? Hi, Amir. Yes, I'm trying to test out like nighttime streams. Also, can you hear me, by the way?
I can hear you now. You were
Okay.
muted, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I tried to hunt. Just burn the crucifix.
Oh, not that. Okay.
I was not happy.
Oh, wait. Wait, did we check for freezing?
No, not yet.
Oh, it's freezing. Oh my god. Thank god I checked for temps. Okay, it's a demon. Oh my god.
Wow, and it didn't hunt early? That's crazy.
Yeah, normally it hunts in the beginning, which is really rare. Yeah, I'm gonna be a nighttime streamer now, Amir. So you should be able to catch me more often.
Need to repel it while it's chasing.
Oh, you know what? We also have to... Okay, so we have to... Do you know how to use the voodoo doll?
Yeah.
So you remember when it... Okay, so you remember when it, like, if it hits the heart, that's when it starts hunting, okay? Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Do you think we should get a hunting video or no? Should we delete one of the videos?
We can. I'm sure
I
it'll
feel
be.
like we
with
should
more.
just... Yeah, because let's delete the door moved, and then wait, before we do that, bring the cruci and then bring the other cruci and then I'll set up another camera.
Oh, it threw the camera as well. The other camera. On my end, anyway. Oh gosh. I was not happy.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get a video. Okay. But also, how are you doing, Amir? I know Aurora went lurking, but I hope her stream was good. Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Oh, it just burned the cruci again.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh wait, can you turn off the motion sense real quick? It's like right in the... I don't want to get a video of it and then it's not the hunting video. Just pick it up and then throw it. It's like right there. It's like literally right in front of the camera. Like on... Oh.
I don't know if that's a... That is a hunt, right?
Yes, it looks like it. Yeah. I got the video. Oh my god. Did you repel it? Did you get it? Okay, you got it. You got it. Yeah. We just
we have to get the average.
Yeah. Okay, I need to go back in there and, like, get my sanity to go lower. Do you have another smudge on you or no?
I don't.
Okay, I can bring an extra one for you here. Here.
Yeah.
You you just slammed the door in my face. I'm like, girl, I was stressing out. Please.
It's okay. I knew it wasn't a hunt, but I still had to
Wow.
get you back.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh,
hey, you've been trying to do it to me too. Don't even.
wow. Okay. Imagine. That's crazy. Did
Nice.
we
We
do
got it. Get the frick out.
Oh, girl. I was scared. I was scared. Okay. Wait. Did we get it? Oh, we did.
Yeah,
We
we got
did.
it.
And look at that. We both survived. We both survived. Look at that.
Yeah, the first time I think that I've survived during a demon. Always kills me in the beginning.
Oh my god. You survived your first demon.
Got good evidence too, especially for the videos.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, we got like 15. We got, see, yeah. I always try to get a hunting video because it usually costs the most for like, and then like if you get like the ghost, like for an event and like a translucent ghost or like a shadow ghost, it usually is
Yeah.
like, it's usually a good amount, but like it's like $5 less from. Oh my god, I can
Oh,
prestige.
nice.
Wait, how do I prestige?
I have no idea.
How do I how do I prestige? How do I Hello? Okay, let me like look it up actually. Let me look it up so that way I could um okay, because I really want to like prestige and oh wait, but that means I'll be poor, I think, if I do it. I don't know how to do it.
Does it take all your money?
I don't know. I've never done it. Phasmophobia.
Oh, you have to return to the main menu and you have to like exit this lobby and then you'll
Ugh.
be able to click prestige.
Okay, let me do that now.
All right.
And then I'll send you a new code.
Oh yeah, it resets your level, money, and equipment back to square one.
Dang. It's okay.
Congratulations, recruit, and welcome to the team.
Look at me. That's so exciting. I'm prestiged. Okay, so I want to create a new lobby. Just know that I will be very, very poor now that I prestiged, but it's okay because uh we can just earn that back. Okay, and then I'll DM you the code.
Alright.
Okay.
Oh,
My badge. Oh my god.
I think my game just offed itself. Hold on.
Wait, did it?
Like,
Dun-dun-dun.
oh,
Dun-dun-dun.
okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to close it and reopen it. I don't know what happened.
Okay. That's okay, because I think my food's almost here anyway, so I can um yeah, my food's almost here. La da da. Oh my god, that's so exciting that I got my prestige. Okay. I'll be back. Entertain chat while I get my food, but I mean, I don't know if anyone's talking, but just entertain them while I get my food.
Alright.
Okay, I'm back. I got my food. I got
Nice.
my Panda Express. And yeah, just know
What did you get?
I just got white rice and kung pao chicken. Normally I have like honey walnut shrimp, but
Ooh,
with kung pao chicken, but I'm like, it's gonna cost me like $1 extra for the honey walnut shrimp, so
yeah.
I told myself I'm like I'll just get like all kung pao chicken with white rice. Also I need to like fix my like chat overlay really quickly. Okay. I just have to like put it in the opposite corner. Okay. Whenever you're ready. let me like start the. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. We're poor. Okay, do you want to like guess the ghost and then like come back? And so that way I could like set everything up. I know like I'm broke, but let's just guess the ghost and then we can come back here.
All right.
I'm just gonna guess an Obake just for shits and giggles.
Okay.
Oh wait. Okay. I forgot. You need to bring more equipment because I'm broke.
It was an Obambo.
Oh.
I mean, my equipment's not any good, so we're not going to be like well off.
Well, do you want to? Okay. So if you go to the computer, because I don't have any money. So if you go to the computer, select your loadout, and then, like, because I have nothing, so, and then just bring whatever you can, like, for everything. So, like, for, like, the everything that you have. Like, so, like, basically everything but, like, the headgear and the sound sensor, pretty much. Just bring everything. And then you should see, like, the little plus sign. You can add more, like, the quantity, in your loadout. Okay, cool. And then whenever you're ready, okay, um, okay. It is in the basement, the breaker.
All right.
Oh, it's the music box. Let me know if you find the bone.
Looking.
Oh, I found the bone. It's in the garage.
Oh, nice.
I'll let you pick it up whenever you're ready. I'm gonna get some more, I'm gonna get, more
I think
things.
it's here in the kitchen. Getting pretty cold in here.
Okay, I'm gonna get some more things then. You said the kitchen, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in here.
I'll get a thermometer then, as soon as I set it up. Or set up the cameras. And then I'll get a motion sensor and docks as well. I keep forgetting you have tier 1 stuff only. I'm like, where's my stuff? And then I try
Yeah.
prestige.
Welcome to the room of infinite bullshit!
Is this the new killer? Oh, Admiral. Hi, Admiral. Well, maybe.
I could try and upgrade stuff, but it's just so expensive.
Finally, a reasonable streaming hour. Listen, I will stream more often at this hour. Let me check for docs. And ghost orbs. But how's your day, Admiral? Okay, no docs yet.
Yeah, it's not really doing a whole lot.
I want a crunch wrap, Admiral, actually. Although, I did just order some Panda Express. So if you want to share... Is it gonna go down to freezing or what? No, this ghost is taunting me so bad. I'm gonna go get some more evidence and stuff. Or the...
Right.
Not evidence, more stuff for the evidence. Oh, UV. I think. No UV. Frick. I thought it was gonna be UV.
Little baby candle.
Okay. Dun-dun-dun. Are you gonna blow out the candle, friend? Or what? Oh, it's freezing.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you record it on the video camera as well. Like, so just record the audio and then I'll get a notebook. Another notebook. Okay, so freezing temps. And then let's see. Okay. So okay, it's not gonna be dots. And I haven't seen any ghost orbs. Yeah, at least.
Did I get that? Oh yeah, I did. Cool.
Okay, I did get a motion sense video. And then... Okay, there's no UV. I want to say it's a shade, but like... I don't know. Did it blow out the candle?
No, not yet.
What if it's a shade?
I mean, it might be because it's not really doing anything.
I
But we
mean...
need EMF 5, ghost writing, freezing temps.
Well, we already have the freezing temps, so... Where's the camera? Where's the video? Why aren't you blowing it out? Come on. You said spirit box too, right? For the...
Where? Oh, I think I
Well,
got that.
here.
It's EMF 5, ghost writing, and freezing for a shade.
Okay, well...
Oh, I ran right into him.
Did you die?
Yeah, right on the stairs.
No. No. R.I.P. Okay. Well... Wait, let me get my thingy. The cruci. And then... to capture a fucking picture of the ghost as well. I hate that.
Oh, it didn't blow out the light. I thought it did, but it didn't. It just ran out.
Mm-hmm.
EMF 5 and ghost writing, by the way.
Are you
But it is
serious
a
with
shade.
me?
Just wrote in both books.
Well, I have to capture a picture of the ghost. And... did we get all the audios or no?
No, still need one more.
Okay. Hmm. Okay, I got the last audio. And then I get oh, it wrote in both books. Fuck. Um, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna get a firelight. I'm also gonna get a okay. I'm gonna get a firelight, and then I'm gonna get a smudge, and then I'm also gonna try to get a video and a picture of the ghost. So, dang it. Why did you have to die?
I know. I didn't know which way it was coming from.
Yeah, usually in this house, it usually spawns like behind where the um wait. Come on, blow out the candle already. Blow out the candle. It's your birthday. I feel like every time we get this house, it's always usually a shade. Or almost always.
Yeah. Quite a lot of them.
Oh my god, come on. Blow out the candle. Hmm. I could get a hmm.
Always hunting.
Damn. I
It
died.
was aggressive. Yeah, he was on your tail.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Let me see
Okay.
if I can upgrade some stuff.
Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I'd say if you're like trying to upgrade stuff, I'd say definitely do the spirit box, thermometers, video cameras, and
I
like
don't
the
have
regular.
many.
Oh, okay.
I don't have many options now. I did flash flashlight, UV, EMF. I can do the photo camera or the ghostwriting book or the spirit box. That's all I have left.
I'd say get the photo camera. I shall return. No worries, Admiral. Okay, I'm doing Edgefield.
All right.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a closer look. Maybe using it to help
Wait,
your
this is still
investigation.
tier 1 stuff? It's okay. Motion sensor, unique 3 photos, and prevent the ghost from hunting. Okay. You good?
Yes.
Okay. The ghost is in the garage.
Oh, did I have to equip the upgraded stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my bad. Didn't know.
No tarot cards.
Where was the breakthrough?
Garage.
No bone in the garage.
The summoning circle is in the basement.
All right.
Oh, you know what? I almost forgot. You've never experienced a cursed hunt before.
What's the difference?
It lasts longer, and it's an easier way to like capture like a photo of the ghost and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, it's
Oh, I found the bone.
where is it?
It's upstairs by the master bedroom. In this little hallway.
Oh, is this where the room is?
Oh yeah, looks like it.
Okay.
I don't know if it's just here, if it's the whole thing though. I know last time it was the whole thing. Yeah, I think it's this whole area. Yep.
Okay.
Back there and then out here.
Okay. I'm gonna get more things. La da da. La da da da. I think it's ghost orbs.
Oh yeah, it is.
And the 5 as well.
So a Diane, Obake, or a Raiju. Spirit box, UV, or
Ghost orbs. Okay, no ghost writing. And no freezing temps. So we can cross those off. Ooh, I got the hiccups. Oh my god.
touch the door. Oh, I don't think it's UV. Yeah, no, I don't think it's UV because I touched both these doors, but there's nothing.
Oops. Wait, where's the video camera that I set up here? Hello? Oh.
Right here? Is that it? That's the photo camera.
Dots, dots, dots.
Nice.
An event.
I think I got that. Oh, something else.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Oh my gosh, welcome in, readers. How are you guys doing?
Howdy.
Welcome in. Hello.
What are you doing?
Welcome in, raiders. How are we doing today? How was the stream? Come outside to take your sanity meds, by the way. Oh, here you are. Sorry. gotta take your sanity meds. Hi, my spherical. How was your stream? How's fast? It's going good. I'm playing with a friend right now. His name is Zinni. And, yeah. We're currently trying to find the ghost. And, oh, we already know what the ghost is, but we're trying to take, like, some sanity, or, we're trying to get some evidence and stuff, so I'm, like, trying to, make sure. Let's see, hold on. Where the fuck is this? Okay, hold on.
I got a dupe. If you want to delete it.
Duplicate. Oh, duplicate sound. Oh, the media for the movie Monies? Yes, yes. Okay. I'm gonna also okay. Oh, you know, I said Monies and I thought you said Monies. Or I thought you said Monies and okay. There's so many new things in that game. Yeah, there's a lot of new things. And I just prestiged in Phasmo, so like we're kind of poor right now. Because normally I have like a lot of good items and like your girl is poor. But yeah, I'm playing with my friend Zinni. Okay, rude. Throwing shit at me. Oh, we got a duplicate disturb salt. Can you delete that?
Yeah. Oh, it's an event.
Oh, girl.
No.
Oh, you bitch.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, I died, girl. It's all up to you, mama.
Bro. You're the pro here, Chad, not me.
I love Prestige, but the way that I am spoiled with tier 3, I know, the way that I'm, maybe some clips from the van, I don't know. Oh, you know what? That's true. That's true. You can also get clips from the van.
And we're like, no sanity.
Well, there's 2 sanity meds left, so you can take it.
I would just blow up the candle as well.
Did you record it? Or no?
No, the camera was too far.
Oh. Well.
You need to prevent it from hunting, but it didn't want to. I think, do we have... Okay, still need one more picture as well.
I only know because I'm a van princess. Well, yes. I started off as a van princess too, my circle. I have been so spoiled with like tier 2 and tier 3 stuff, but I'm like, I'm poor now. So I'm like having Zinni bring all the, like, all of his equipment and stuff, and I'm like, I'm broke.
Oh.
the camera down.
I guess I'm gonna have to take the last sanity.
Okay, so I say like record. Oh, also, do we have all the photos? Oh, okay, you took a
Oh,
picture of
still
my
need
dead
one
body.
more. Yeah, I go ahead.
Also, like both cameras are on my body by the thingy. Also, the way Mr. Cow don't play this with me anymore, so I gotta be pro with all my friends. It's scary. What am I eating? Hi, Sai. I'm eating, Panda Express, and I just finished eating. I had Kung Pao chicken and with white rice, and I just had my little fortune cookie, and also you might need to like record the firelight too with the thingy. Usan Stacy, yes. I was gonna order me some Taco Bell, but I'm like, this sounds better. Oh my gosh, another raid? Welcome in, guys. I'm getting all the love tonight. Oh my god. Welcome in, guys. Also, I realized I didn't introduce myself to, like, everybody else who came in with Spiracle's raid. But for those who don't know who I am, my name is Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play Dead by Daylight. And then usually on Thursdays, it's Phasmo night. So we were playing a little bit of DBD earlier tonight. Because of rank reset. And then, right now I'm playing some Phasmo with my friend Zinni. He's a little shy, so he doesn't really talk much. So, but yes, I do appreciate you guys. And then every Friday is usually,
I'm gonna have to bring another one up here.
every Friday is usually our story game day. And then, yeah, that's basically what we do here. And then, usually like Monday to Wednesday, like I'm doing I'm usually doing DBD. But yeah, welcome in, guys. I hope your guys' stream was well. Oh yeah, artist, I am. I mean, I'm not gonna end until like 11, so right now, like, we're just playing some Phas. How's the ghost going? Well, I died. I died a couple of times, honey. Or no, I forgot. You prefer Ray. I died a couple of times. So, and like, I'm kind of like teaching my friend, Faz, because he's still pretty new. He's still pretty new. And baby, I just prestiged tonight on Faz. So I have a couple of extra things with
Come on,
me.
bro. Give me a sound.
That's exciting. A new player? Yeah. I was also helping our another friend out. Her name is Stitches. And I was actually helping her out with Phasmo too, because she's also new. And she was like complimenting me. She's like, oh my god, like I'm gonna rate you like a 10 out of 10 teacher. And I'm like, oh girl, I'm like, I don't feel like I did that good, but I appreciate it. And she was so brave about using tarot cards for the first time. And she was like, and like we were both hiding in the closet, and I was like, okay, and she was like, I'm scared. Like the ghost is like gonna kill us. And I was like, it's okay. Like we're hiding in here. Like we know what the ghost is. Like, and, and we actually had like a couple of like new chatters that day too. Like they're like, you're like, she's so brave. Of and I honestly haven't like so okay, so our cursed object here right now, so like I died. I'm gonna go to the basement. So our cursed object right now is the summoning circle. And honestly, I haven't taught him how to do it yet because I'm kind of scared that he might, because it's usually him that dies and not me. And I but this time I died. This time I died. Um but yeah, I haven't taught him how to do this yet because I feel like he's gonna uh get scared or die like really quickly. And so uh I haven't messed with the summoning circle because like you said, uh the cursed objects are really scary. And I've only had him do like the tarot cards, the voodoo doll, the music box, and the monkey's paw, I think, and like the haunted mirror, and like those are the only ones that I've had him touch, but the summoning circle, and that's it. Um, but yeah, I love new players. Yeah. I'm gonna have him say hi to you guys so that way like he could talk to y'all. My raiders say hi. They said hello.
Oh, hello, Raiders.
I was telling them how you were shy. So
Yeah, a little bit.
I didn't want to like pressure you into saying hi back if you didn't feel comfortable. So I just was like, I just was like, yeah. Yeah, this is Zinni. He's still pretty new. I actually met him through a mutual friend of mine who met him through DBD. And me and him have been playing together like almost every single night until 3 or 4 in the morning. Uh playing Phasmo. So he's been my little Phasmo buddy almost every single night. So um I've been like really yeah. And I told him I was like, you're gonna be my permanent Phasmo buddy because I don't really like have like anyone to play Phasmo with. Because usually like the people that I used to play with, um or like the a couple of the people that I used to play with like are like usually like busy or like sleeping and like have work the next day. And like the person that I still do play with, he's usually like pretty free, like on like in the beginning of the week, and like Phasmos are like my Thursdays, and so I'm like, I'd rather I'm like so like he's kind of just been my Phas buddy the last couple of nights because DBD for me has been kind of stale. So like I just try to like play DBD like during stream and like occasionally like I'll play it off stream, but like the times that I do play off stream, like I'm like I wish I could be streaming this so that way people could like watch me loop. But I'm like I feel like my games have been better off stream and not on stream. Also, Spherical, um thank you for stopping by the way. I appreciate you. Also, I don't know if she's like still here, but Spherical is another DVD streamer, guys. So if you guys do want to check out another DVD streamer, Spherical plays other games as well outside of DVD, but for the most part, she does play a lot of Dead by Daylight. So if you guys want to go check her out, I do highly recommend. And yeah, I love that. A new gaming buddy. Yeah, I love gaming buddies. Don't you? Don't you? You're like teabagging in front of me, but don't
Oh,
you?
are you in front of me?
Yeah, I'm. Yeah. Oh, did you get everything?
Yeah, I did.
Look at you go! Congratulations. You got everything. And you didn't even need my help, and we got the ghost right. Okay, and then you can press the keypad, the number pad.
Alright.
Guys, look at him. I'm so proud. And also guys, my streams are very lurker friendly, so if you guys have to like lurk or anything, if you're watching on the purple if you guys are watching on TikTok, I'm also live on the purple app, so I do appreciate you guys for all being here, and I'm very much lurker friendly, so if you guys have to like raid and run and everything, feel free to do so, but like I will literally not like force you guys to like stay or like chit chat and stuff. So if you guys like just want to lurk or like prep for bed, and I know streaming does take a toll out of you, so please take this time to like get some rest and stuff. So uh I do appreciate all the love, and also I am changing my streaming schedules to like nights now. Tomorrow I am gonna probably try to stream a little bit earlier tomorrow, but uh we'll see. And then I'll probably be live for like another 45 minutes ish, probably, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I haven't decided. I haven't decided when LG is gonna be. So, because here we like to do multiple LGs. So we like to do a lot of LGs here and not know when to stop. But I do appreciate you guys being here regardless. Oh wait, didn't we just do Willow? Or was that
No,
Ridgeview?
that was yeah, Ridgeview, I think. We did Willow before that.
Oh, okay, so let's do Camp Woodwind.
Alright.
Oh wait, I forgot. I'm poor. I'm like over here looking at the tier 2s, like looking for my tier 2s and tier 3 stuff. I'm like, wait, we're broke. We're broke and poor.
Yeah, I brought the ones that I have.
Okay.
Nothing to report, but it looks like whoever was here left in a hurry.
Thing.
How I've missed the upgraded things.
Oh, I know, especially the flashlight.
No.
I really want to get an upgraded thermometer.
Yeah. Okay, so capture a video of the ghost, 3 unique photos, and detect the ghost with the motion sensor.
Didn't want me to do that. Okay, breaker's on.
Okay, cool. Let's go check for the cursed object and dots. And also, I will find the bone as well. Or at least try to.
Oh, I think it's right here.
Oh, is it?
It's really cold right here.
Oh yeah, it's in the red tent. Is it the tarot cards or no?
No. No, it's not. I didn't see the Ouija board either.
Oh, wait. It's the haunted
Oh, the
mirror.
mirror. Nice.
Okay, I think it's that red tent over here.
No, it's... Wait. Oh. See, the breath, but it's going up,
Oh,
and it was going down out here. Kind of.
you can always ask
This
it.
thermometer sucks. It's going down like the side of the tent, like here, like right here.
Oh, like so the
Like,
general, the the general
I'd,
area.
I'd assume so. Cause yeah, like just yeah, in this general area. Oh yeah, I'd say it's somewhere around here. So I mean, we could ask the mirror, but it'll probably take a little of our sanity.
Okay, I think it's the
Might be dead. Oh yeah. Demon, perhaps.
No, I think our sanity's been pretty low. Where are you at?
Right there.
Oh,
From you.
I don't know. I can't report that. Okay, well, R.I.P. you.
Oh yeah, you're at 17, 13.
Okay, I think it's the blue tent. Okay, I need to take some more sanity. Okay, so let's see. Motion sensor. Welcome back, Ray. Are you serious right now? Well, you're an asshat, and you know it. But yeah, my friend ended up dying.
Hate me, bro. But I don't really know the hiding spots on that map, so.
Oh, the bone's in here. Let me go get some more things. But how was your stream, Ray? How was your stream? How's everything? Okay. Ooh, I love that. those Furbies. Yeah, I guess I wish I can like love TV8, but I just get so overstimulated and like whatever. So I'm like I usually just see like a mixture of both. Oh wait, no, not freezing times, ghost orbs. Okay. Let me double check the okay, no. I thought I got the lights flickering, but I guess not. Okay, so actually, is it a man? No, it's Shelly. Shelly is a female. Okay. Okay. And okay. Oh. But yeah, I usually like TV8, but like I said, it's overstimulating as heck, and okay, can you delete the duplicate door moving?
Yeah.
Oh wait. Now that's just rude. Are you here? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near?
A close encounter. Get away.
Okay, well. I know it's Spirit Box now. Oops. Let's see. No, I don't want the door moving. Let's see. Oh, my sanity is so low. Okay, did I say, what did I say it was? For the evidence, oh, spirit box. Okay, so, dang it. Okay, so, let's see. Okay. Salt. Now, I know I recorded that. No UV. Da-da-da. Okay, I need all 3 sound recordings and 2 more photos. Okay, so no UV, no dots. So it's either EMF 5, freezing temps, and ghostwriting. Oh, going for a perfect game? Yeah, I'm trying to. Okay. Wait, okay. I'm trying, at least. Are you here? Are you near? I get that. No. Are you here?
Do you have a ghostwriting book in here? I don't see one.
Are you here?
Elderly individual.
Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you here? Are you here? Are you near? I need to get a photo camera. Yeah, the ghost does not like us at all right now. So,
You don't have the ghostwriting book in there.
oh no, I don't. How did she know I was here?
Oh yeah, she beelined it right for you.
Well, I don't know what the ghost was. Wait, did I have a flashlight?
What was a mare?
I've prepared some jobs for you.
I don't remember having a flashlight, but it's okay. It's okay. Okay. What map do you want to go? Do you want to do Nell's Diner or something else? Because I feel
Yeah,
like
we could do the diner.
I feel like we've done. Okay, I'm definitely not gonna take you to Grafton House because I know you said last time you didn't want to do it because it was overwhelming.
Yeah, I don't really like that one.
Um, yeah, Maple Lodge. So I won't take you to any of like the bigger maps. So like, I won't take you to like Maple Lodge or like the other ones yet, and unless we have like a lot of other people. But you know what? It's okay. This time we won't die. We won't die. Trust. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so it's a little past the kitchen. Okay.
Nothing to report, but it looks like whoever was here left in a hurry.
Okay, so oh, it's a Karen, guys. Look. Oh my god. Y'all, it's a Karen. Okay. Are you ready, Zinni?
Hold on, I'll be right back. I think my cats are getting into something.
Oh, not the getting into trouble. Oh my god. Y'all, I'm nervous.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Oh my god.
Kev.
Kev.
What are you
How was your
doing in my
raid?
swamp?
Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, guys. How was your stream?
What are you doing?
How was your stream, Kev? Oh wait, is it? Oh, y'all, I found the ghost room, I think. Guys, how quick was the ghost room find? That's crazy. Oh wait, unless I'm playing myself. Okay, I do see breath, so I'm gonna just assume this is the ghost room until further notice. Okay. You love fast? What are you guys playing tonight? Are you guys playing some DVD or something else? What are you guys playing? I love Phasmo too. I've been I've been getting into the groove of like playing more Phasmo and Braver. We're playing with a friend of mine right now. And let's see, oops. Oops. But he went to go check on his kitty cats because he said that they were getting into some trouble. So I was like, okay, cool. And now we're just hanging out, doing some ghost hunting, and yeah. 2v8-ish. Okay, so you were doing like a mixture of both, like 2v8 and like 1v4? Were you guys like doing Survivor or like Killer? Oh yeah, this is a room for sure. Why are you taunting me with like freezing temps, ma'am? Move on. She hates me. That's a new map. It's been out for a while. It's like the newest one. I'm always sat there waiting like, it gonna happen? I know. I'm always like, are you gonna come for me or what? Okay. I don't know what EMF reading that was, but hey, it is what it is. This is like the latest map, but it's not like new. I always like to call it the newest map, but they did rework they did just rework let's see, what did they rework? They reworked Tanglewood, and a lot of people were not happy about that. They also reworked Willow Street, and a lot of people were also not happy about that. But I like the new Willow Street map just because, or like the rework, just because uh just because it reminds me of my old house. Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? You have two only. Okay. I still haven't found the cursed object yet. I like it too. The basement is so much better, in my opinion. Yeah. Honestly, like, a lot of people, and I'm like, because, like, when they did the rework for Willow, I thought they did it to Tanglewood instead, and I'm like, because I went into, like, a Phasmo Partners stream, and I was like, they reworked Tangle, because I was confused. I didn't realize that they reworked Willow as well, and I was like, they reworked, I'm like, they reworked Willow again, and, like, or Tanglewood, and they're like, oh, no, it's, Willow, and I'm like, oh. I'm like, I did not know that. I'm like, because I didn't read, like, the patch notes or anything, so I was like, oh, like, I didn't know that they, like, reworked it or anything, and I'm like, people were like, I miss the old Willow. I'm like, well, with the updates, you gotta, like, get accustomed to change, so, like, even if you don't like it, like, you still gotta get, like, You still gotta, like, accept change, I should say. Even if we don't like it. Okay. Okay, freezing temps. I wanted to write in the book. Is that too far? I feel like that's too far. Oh, not me stuttering into that. Okay. Okay, so it's freezing temps, and then I'm gonna go here. But I like this map. Nell's Diner is really fun. No! Okay, so dots and freezing temps. Dots and freezing. So it's either an Oni, Yurei, or... I feel like it's not Spirit Box. It's not UV. Okay, I'm gonna try to get the dots ghost one more time. Also, I missed it, Kev. Were you doing Killer or Survivor on 2v8? I don't think I saw what you said. Um okay. It's not ghost orbs, but like okay, wait. Ghosts. It hasn't really been giving me EMF 5. I'm gonna check for ghost writing just to see if it wrote in the book. I don't think it's gonna write in the book, but you know, okay. Oh wait, do we have? Okay, I need to at least take a picture of the cursed object. At the very least. Oh wait. La da da. Also, guys, ads are going to be starting soon, so I do apologize in advance. I do apologize in advance. MF2 only. Oh, it did write in the book. Hello? Okay.
I'm back. So sorry about
Welcome back. No,
that.
it's okay. It's dots, freezing temps, and ghost writing. Oh. And it's in the office.
Okay. What all do we still need?
Well, I found the bone.
Okay.
Um, it's in the hallway by um the room it's in. So if you come through the side, yeah, right here.
Okay.
It's like literally right in front of the breaker. And then the room is literally like right at the office by the watering thingy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ghost writing. So it's an Aswang. Okay. Let's see. Did I get all the videos? I think. No, I need 2 videos. Can you take a picture? Find the ghost. You didn't pick up the you didn't pick up the bone.
Oh, where was
Yeah,
it?
it's right here.
Oh, right there. Wow.
Yeah. Can you find the cursed object here? I'll throw the camera at you, and then if you want to take a picture, find the cursed object and take a picture.
Okay.
We just need one more
Here's
photo.
that if you.
Yeah. Oh, do you have
What about the candle?
the thingy
The recorder, that one?
not the recorder, but the matches, sorry.
Oh, yes. Yeah, right
Yeah.
there. Went through it. Yeah. Well, actually, is there a flashlight in there I could steal? I didn't bring one. I'm gonna take this
No.
one.
Oh yeah, you can take mine. Yeah, the ghost's name is Karen.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure you check everywhere, because I don't know where it's at.
Oh, it's the summoning circle. I found it.
Okay. It's not blowing it out. It's not blowing out the candle. That's rude. Blow out the candle, please. Mama, please blow out the candle. I would really appreciate it if you did. Yeah. I was about to check what EMF reading that was, but... Okay. Okay, so... We gotta get a paranormal sound, and 1 more video, and then 2 more audio recordings, and then... Ooh, I kind of want to... Let's see. Do we have disturbed salt? Yeah, we do. Okay. I'm gonna check our sanity.
Alright. Okay, I just need 1 more audio.
Yeah. Okay, so... I was gonna have you do something, but I don't know if you're down for it, though.
What is it? Are you sacrificing me?
Well, no, but also yes.
Oh no.
Okay, so you know the summoning circle, right? Where
Yeah.
did you find the summoning circle at?
It's in the bathroom,
Oh.
the closest to the window.
Okay. Okay, so So if you so you remember in the hiding spots in the freezer, right?
Yes.
Oh wait, there's also hiding spots in the break room. So there's lockers right here.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. So you can just immediately make a break for it. But also here, I'm gonna get you a smudge just in case. But also, I'd say try to go for the freezer if you can, depending on where the bathroom's at. But um, I was gonna say light the summoning circle. I can get the cursed hunt video, and then we can get our last video, and then also let's see. Oh, we also need a parabolic too.
Yeah, I just got the last audio recording, so I'm trying to get the parabolic too.
Okay, and then I also yeah. So okay. So I'm gonna set up the cameras, and then we're gonna try to get you to get the cursed object down, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you're familiar with like Harry Potter. Like I watched it as a kid, but like um in like the first movie, or like what, I don't remember which movie it was, but I think it was like in like I think it was either in the first or second one, and like Hermione was like, "What's he doing?" or like blah 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 blah, and I'm like, and Harry was like, "He's gonna sacrifice himself."
Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah.
was like, that's just like what I was thinking. Where are you, by the way?
Oh, I got the parabolic.
Okay.
I
I
think,
have.
yeah, I got it.
Okay, so here's. I want to get you a smudge. So don't go. Oh wait, I got you a smudge. Okay, there. I forgot I had it in my
Yeah.
hand. Okay, so do you remember where? Okay, so do you remember where the cursed object was? So I'm gonna have
Yeah.
you light it, and then I'm gonna have you run and hide and like smudge the ghost. I'm gonna give you like extra smudges actually, just because uh I feel as if you might need it. But let's see. And then let's see. I'm trying to figure out where the yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get the object thrown video. Okay, I'm gonna try to like set up the other cameras in like a different angle. Okay. So I'm gonna bring you another smudge, and I'm gonna. Okay, so what I'm gonna have you do is I'm gonna have you like light all the candles, but don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. I'm gonna have you light all the candles in the thingy, and then there you go. Um, okay. Okay. So I'm gonna have you light all the candles in the thing, and then. Oh wait, you said the cursed object's over here, right?
Yeah, it's in that bathroom, closest to like the window. But it's, yeah, all the way down there.
Is that a hunt? Was that a hunt or no?
Uh, is it? Is that you walking or is that me?
I was crouching.
I don't think it's hunting. Let me see. Let me check the door. Oh
Are you
no,
walking?
it's fine.
Okay, girl. I got scared.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine.
Wait, where the fuck is the camera? Okay. Okay, I don't know where the fucking camera is for this one, but... Okay, so... I'm gonna like, try to, like... Okay, so I'm gonna have you go to the cursed object, light everything, and then, I'm gonna try to record from the van. Normally I would do it, but I've done it before and I hated it.
Oh no.
So what I want to have you do is I want to have you light everything and and then I'm gonna have you hide. And yeah, I'll have you hide.
I'm so dead.
Don't trust. You're not gonna be dead. Trust. You'll survive. You'll survive. You'll survive. Trust me. Okay. And then as soon as you light it, go hide, and then I'll try to get a video. Like, I would need you to hide, like, immediately. Okay, I got the video.
Alright, I'm hiding.
We got a perfect game. Oh my god. Okay. I think you should be fine now. Yeah, I think you should be fine. So, wherever you're hiding, you can get out. And then immediately, like, get out of there.
Okay, I'm out.
Okay, cool. You survived. Oh my god, I'm so proud of you. Look at you go. See? You survived. Here, if you don't trust yourself, just take the sanity meds because you're at 0. Even though you did everything. You did so good. See what
Oops.
you didn't believe in yourself, and I believed in you. And you did it as a new player. So, like, you should be proud of yourself for surviving that, actually.
I am a little bit. I thought I
Okay.
was dead.
Do you have the Oswang circled or Oswang or however you
Yes.
call it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Also, Ray, do you play Phasmo too?
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh my god. We definitely need to play sometime. Because I would definitely love to play. Also, I want to hurry up and, like, upgrade all my stuff, but yeah, because I feel like I haven't, like, played with you in, like, games with you in so long. So definitely, like, reach out to me.
Oh, so you don't even need.
Yeah.
You don't even need food.
Yeah, because I got hungry and I didn't want to have to wait for
So
you.
you don't need food.
No. Thank you. Thank you for asking me.
Chicken, goddamn Pyrex dish with
Well,
butter and shit on it.
well, I mean, you could still cook it and
No,
just
no, no,
save it for
no, no,
tomorrow.
no. We'll put it up. It's not even cooked or anything. It's just got butter on it. That's fine.
Okay, well, cover it up. Love you. There's nothing in here except for hot
How
chili.
much did it cost?
Like $20.
How much you got now?
Like 60, 70. What? Don't drink some of my soda.
What is that?
It's something that you don't like.
No, what is it?
It's Coca-Cola. Y'all, Mr. Lola is over here bothering me.
Oh no.
It's been so forever. Yeah, definitely let me know. I usually play Phasmo on Thursdays, so if you ever like want to like play with me, like let me know. And Zinni's my like forever like duo on Phasmo, so like if you ever want to like just join off of us and stuff, feel free. Cuz we're always looking for people to play with, and I would definitely love to play with more people for sure. Also, which map do you want to go on? Zinni. I'll let you choose since I've been choosing.
Well, I think we've gone through all of the usuals.
Oh,
So
have we? Okay. Do you want to at least try like one of the other maps that we haven't gone? Like, okay, we definitely won't go to prison. Because I'm not that insane to send you there. And I won't send you to Sunny Meadows because I'm also not insane to send you there, or the high school. So those three are off limits. Do you want to
I mean,
try? And I know you hate Grafton, so I won't send you there either. So we can try Bleedsdale, Point Hope, or Maple Lodge. Just because they might be a little overwhelming, but I at least want to ask you first.
we could try Bleasdale. I don't mind.
Okay, it is a little bit bigger, but um, it is a little bit bigger. It's kind of like the same size as Grafton, um, but I think it's a lot nicer house, but it might just be just as overwhelming. So, um, and if you don't like it, then we can stick to the usual maps or try Point Hope or Maple Lodge.
All right.
Okay. And then let's see. I'll switch us to amateur for this so that way like um you can feel at least a little bit more confident because I know you're still a little new, so I don't want you to like feel overwhelmed. Okay. And then just ready up and then we can start. Thursday's got it. Yeah. Just let me know and then we can definitely schedule something. And then I'm also you can also just reach out to me on Discord too. Can you not take more of my soda, babe? Thanks.
Hold on. So I can't have some of your soda.
But you're gonna keep coming back in here and drinking it.
When I be buying you stuff, I don't be touching this stuff.
Because the stuff that I choose, I know that you won't like.
I want some soda right now, so I decided to take it. Cherry and
Okay, well, I will remember that. Okay, oh wait. It's on the second floor in the bathroom, the breaker.
All right.
Y'all, Mr. Lola is like taunting me and like wanting my soda.
Oh no.
Okay, so the breaker is automatically on because this is amateur, so we don't have to... But I just want you to know it's upstairs.
Okay.
That's the hiding spot. Okay, so the laundry room has a hiding spot downstairs. Also, if I am dropping frames, guys, I do apologize in advance. Oh, also, the outside does count as, like, a room-ish. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Looks good on my end? Okay. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate that, yeah. Because the last couple of days I've been dropping frames, so, like, I always want to make sure, like, I'm good and it's not, like, horrible.
Oh, I found the bone.
Or is it?
It's right in front of the... What's this? The laundry room? Yeah, right in front of the laundry room on the carpet. The rug.
Oh, wait, I'm coming. I'm coming. Yeah, it does. I had a gin in there. Horrible experience. Yeah. Wait, you said the rug? Oh.
Yeah. No, right outside.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. I took a picture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can grab it. Okay, where's the cursed object?
I have no idea. I don't even know where I am.
Oh, come here. Come. We could we can do the buddy system for this one because I want to make sure you don't get lost. Okay, so this is the kitchen.
Oh, did it do that or was that already there?
What?
Build that. Was
Oh,
that already
this?
there? I
That was
swear
already
I
there.
didn't see that. Oh.
Yeah. Make sure you're checking temps. I love this house, but I also hate it.
Kinda. I think it might be upstairs.
Okay. Oh, you know what? It might be the attic.
Oh, lovely.
I know. You know what's funny is that I've always wanted to, like, stay in an attic and, like, have, like, an attic bedroom. But, like, I've also been the kind of person to, like, watch horror films and being like, that's where people die. Or the basement.
Okay, so it's not in the attic. It was really hot in there.
I really want to know where the freaking thing is in here. Like, are you gonna show yourself? Are you like... Oh my god,
Oh my gosh,
imagine.
this place is huge.
I know it is huge. That's why it's like important to have like a buddy system. Oh. Is it here or no?
No. It's like...
Maybe downstairs? Or this hallway?
It like gets low. It gets to like 20 and then it shoots right back up.
Okay, so I'd say let's check downstairs. Let's check outside.
This.
No, not the event. Okay, oh wait. I think it's out here.
Okay.
I got
Yeah,
ghost
it's going
orbs.
down. Yeah, it's going down quite a bit out here.
Okay, so
Would that count too though? All the way up there?
I don't know. I'd say check just in case.
Because it's like 15. Went a little lower. Yeah, going lower out here along this path.
Okay.
Well, it's really low. It's over here by the. I want to say it's over here by the tree because it's really cold over here.
Really cold by the tree. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Ring around the rosy. Okay, did I get ghost orbs by the way? I want to just make sure I did. Oh no, it was just a door moving. Never mind. That's rude.
Yeah. I think it's just here by the tree.
Okay. Okay. So. Okay. The automatic lights on this map scare me.
Yeah, scared me too.
Well, you said it's by the tree.
Yeah, it's really cold around that area. You can double check the thermometer, but it was like under 5. Oh, there's a hiding spot here too.
Oh my god, it was a freaking event. I got scared. It scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. And I was like, I'm not gonna make it out of here. Oh my god. I was like checking the temps and stuff too. I'm like, oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, what time is it? Okay, it's 11:18. So this might be my LG for stream, but we can keep playing off stream if you'd like.
All right.
Okay, no dots or ghost orbs yet. Oh my god, I'm scared.
We got UV. Is there a camera out here?
No,
I don't think there is.
no.
It's UV, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, just turned off the light. There's another salt out here still that it hasn't stepped in.
Now you don't want to step in salt as soon as I get here? Wild.
Well, maybe if I leave, because it says it responds to people who are alone. I'm gonna get more stuff.
Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? No spirit box. Can you step in the salt? Please and thank you. Can you step in the salt, please? Can you bring a camera and stuff?
Yeah.
And like a notebook and a firelight if you can.
Oh, there's a camera. Look. I'll bring another salt too, just in case.
Okay. Oh my god. Come on, ghost. Can you step in the salt? Come on, step in the salt. Please. Why does this ghost not like me? Oh my god. Normally the ghosts are like all over me and then like I didn't get the ghost. Oh my god.
Oh, it stepped in it.
Wait, where's the camera? Where's the camera?
I got it.
Okay, okay. Okay. Oh, wait, move away from the motion sensor. It's been finicky.
You haven't gotten anything on the EMF, huh?
It's been going off, but like not really. It's only been going off. Oh,
EMF 2.
okay,
I
we
think
need
we
one more
need
video.
capture a photo. Oh shit. Okay.
Okay, let's look at some more stuff. Actually. Okay, that brown shed is a, oh, what you call it, the hiding spot.
Alright.
On the side. Oops. Da, 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 da. Okay, do we have pictures? Okay, we only have footprint and the bone, and that's it. We need to find the cursed object, too. And then we need, like, a picture of the, what's our objectives?
We need a picture of the EMF, average sanity of 25, and cleanse near the ghost. Cleanse in the ghost room.
Okay, so... Did you put a notebook there, or no?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
We could put another one.
yeah. What's our sanity at? Okay, 59. Average sanity. I tried for a spirit box, but like it hasn't really been talking to me. So,
Oh, okay.
do we have anything other than the UV, or is that it?
No, that's it so far.
Okay. La, da, 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 da. Where'd you put the notebook?
It's right here.
Like checking the temps too for freezing potentially. Oh, come on.
My.
Why are you messing with my feelings like that, bro? alive still?
Ooh, I don't know for how long.
Is it chasing you or what?
Oh my god. Get me out of here. Yeah, she chased me all through the house. Watch out, Pico.
Are you here? Are you near?
Sorry.
Spirit box.
Oh, spirit, nice.
What the fuck is the camera?
I'm
You
gonna
know,
take a sanity.
you know the side of the house, um, where we were walking through earlier?
Mhm.
That's the brown shed. You go to the brown shed on the side of the house. It's like the fastest way of like getting out of there instead of like going in the house. Here, I'll show
Well,
you.
she had spawned behind me,
Oh,
which was
okay.
the way towards the shed. That's why I ran the other way. But I had smudged her, so I was able to some distance.
Okay. Um. Oh wait, no. Okay, so spirit box. No dots. And no ghost orbs. So it's either freezing temps, EMF 5, or ghost writing. We haven't had ghost writing yet. I'm gonna take a sanity pill. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna get a sound recorder, and then we have both crucies in there, so I think we should be fine. Okay, I'll show
Right.
you. It's like right over here. It's like the big brown shed.
Yeah, I think I had opened it.
Yeah, it's this thing.
Okay, yeah, I thought so.
Okay, I'm gonna have you like get out so that way I can like talk to the spirit box.
All right.
Are you here? Are you near?
Close and come. Found far from their house.
Okay, you can come back in. Where's the thermometer at?
Uh, good question. Oh, right here. What is rock?
Okay. Can you check the temps for me?
No, it's still above 0 and 32. Yeah, not freezing yet.
Try like walking around with it, because sometimes it'll show freezing in like some parts and not. Because it was pretty close to freezing for me earlier, and then they didn't give it to me.
Mm.
Come on, blow out the firelight.
No. It's close, but not. Hasn't gone under. Yeah, it gets close, but not exactly freezing.
Oh, can you delete the duplicate of the talking?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Okay, can you delete it again? Sorry. It's just like
Yeah.
so annoying. Oh, it's ghostwriting. Hello? When did that happen?
Oh yeah. I have no idea. Oh, so it's a poltergeist. Makes sense. I need one more picture, one more video, and then the audio.
Okay, wait, can you step out? Wait, where's the spirit box? Okay. I want to have you step out a little bit again, and then I'll ask it to write in the book. Can you write in the book? If you're here, can you write in the book? Can you write in the book? Are you here? Are you near? If you're here, can you write in the book? If you're here, can you write in the book? 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 Here, come back in here real quick. Come back in here. Yeah. I'll have you ask it to write in like have you ask it write in the book, and then here.
Isn't it that one's already written in, isn't it?
No, wait, is it?
Yeah, that one. That's the one that's written in.
No, it's the other one.
Is it?
Yeah,
Hold
it's
on.
this one.
Oh. The grass made it look like it had writing on it.
Here, take the camera.
Are you sure? No. Wait. It has writing. It says help me.
Oh. I hate that. Never mind. Oh, wait. Okay, I did get the picture of the translucent ghost, so...
Alright.
Wait, where's the freaking EMF? What? I died for that. I got the hunting video. I died for it. It's okay. We know the ghost. You can get out. Wait, but we need one more, we need one more audio.
I dropped it.
Oh, and you need to get your sanity below. Oh, you should have taken a oh wait, never mind. You should, oh, wait, oh, never mind. Never mind. You just need an audio. We got everything else.
There's a flashlight in here, because I... Oh, wait.
There's a flashlight at the end of the thing, like past the wooden shed.
I didn't get that. The heck?
Oh, and you need like below average sanity.
it used the crucifix, but it didn't like. I picked it up on the sound thing, but it didn't count.
It should.
Is that a haunt or an event?
Uh-huh. Smudge, 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 smudge. Okay, she's confused. She's going in the house. She's coming back outside. She's going past the shed. Okay, you're good now.
Oh my god, she opened it. I ran out of matches.
Okay. Oh my god.
Where'd the smudge stick go? What the hell? We just needed audio and the average. Ah, shit. Okay. I'm gonna take this.
Oh my god, that tune is gonna be stuck in my head for a while.
Wait, we got all the pictures. I don't know how much the dead body picture is worth.
It's like, I think $5 if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay.
So it's roughly about the same as the rest. Unless you really want to get rid of a photo, I'd say,
I just didn't know if
actually,
it was worth more.
no, I'd say those are fine, actually. Those are all fine. You just need one more audio, and that's it. And you have to get a below average sanity. Dun, dun.
It's another crucifix. I can't see anything out here. I might put it somewhere out here. Oh, there it is.
Oh, did you get it? Did you get the,
I was looking for the crucifix.
Okay. Oh, and then I need to circle the evidence, actually. Oh, wait, we did. We got it. It's a poltergeist. It's a polty. And then... Oh, you still need one more sound.
Yeah, I'm trying, but it doesn't want to give me anything.
Wow,
I don't
the
know why I
ghost...
didn't get the cruci one.
The ghost hates you. The ghost hates you.
It does.
Dun, 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 dun. Don't worry, we'll get it. We'll get it. Unless you don't really care for the last sound alert, or the sound alert, the last sound.
I got it, I think.
Did you?
Yeah, hopefully it wasn't a duplicate, but I got something.
Oh, it is duplicate.
Oh.
I mean, unless you don't really care if it's a duplicate, then I won't care.
I mean, I don't. It's
You can bring me back if you want to.
all right.
This house is like big and overwhelming. I'm beating you to the van as a ghost.
They should give us more stamina.
I beat you. I win. I win. Okay, and then
Oh, I still need the average sanity.
I mean, if you do you care for the average sanity or no?
I mean, I don't, but
Okay, then you could just hit the number pad and then we can leave. And then I'm gonna like raid out after this, and then like you can keep playing off stream if you want.
all right.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Okay, I will put you on mute for a second, and I'll be right
All
back.
right.
Okay, guys. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I appreciate it. I felt so much love tonight, guys. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you, everyone, for being here, for tuning in, for lurking. I appreciate you guys so much. And thank you to everyone who tuned in on TikTok. If you guys want to come over to the Purple app, I am about to raid out on the Purple app. So if you guys are on TikTok and you guys want to come over to watch somebody else with me, I'm gonna go right out to my friend Tanika. Um she is playing um a game called Big Walk, and I don't know what kind of game it is. It seems like a big cozy game. I've seen a couple of people play it. Um I've seen a couple of people play it. It looks like a fun, cozy game that you guys might like. Um, and I think she's playing with a friend of hers, and she's also doing a charity stream as well. So if you guys do want to tune in for that, feel free to tune in and spend some time with her. Here are the raid messages. If you guys are not subbed, you can copy and paste the first raid message if you're not subbed, and then if you are subbed, you can copy the second or third raid message if you have access to my emotes. Oh, and there's an ad that's playing at the end of stream. Oh my god. I'll wait for the ads to be over. Uh um So sorry for the ads, guys. I was not expecting them to play. I wasn't keeping track of time. But I do appreciate you guys so much for being here, and watching me play Phasmo and DVD. I do appreciate it so, so much. Thank you guys a bunch. I do appreciate the raids. I think, yes. Thank you to Aurora, Ray, Kevs, Mari, and Spherical. Thank you guys all so much for the raids today. I appreciate it. And guys, yes, please don't forget to claim your dailies before you forget. And thank you uh for my mods for modding. I know it's late for a lot of you guys. And I do appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys a bunch. And also, um, yeah, like I said, you guys will love it at Tanika's streams. So, if you guys want to come along with me, feel free. Hold on. Hopefully she doesn't have any ads going, so I think you guys should be fine. And then here's the raid messages again, and then here's the Discord, guys. If you guys want to join the Discord, feel free. You guys are more than welcome to join the Discord. And yeah, I appreciate you guys for being here. And then we're gonna go raid Pink Tofu. But yes, thank you guys again for being here. Thank you for all the raids again. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys so much for being here. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.